All right, good morning everyone and welcome to the first day of the Junior and Masters Track National Championships. We're going to get started in about 3 minutes with our first event, which is the Under 19 Girls Sprint Qualifying. Under 17, sorry. Good start. Under 17 Girls Sprint Qualifying. Our first rider will be Hayley Dell from New South Wales. And you can see her sitting over in the seats waiting for the track to open up. And taking to the track now, we have Hayley Dell for New South Wales. Round the bend and down the back straight she goes. She's on her first lap of 3, just starting to wind it up, get herself a little bit more speed. And she now gets 2 to go, so 1 more lap before her sprint begins. And down the back straight now, Dell just picking up the pace a bit. And as she makes her way around the bend and down the front straight, the bell's going to ring for her. Out of the seat she goes, and now she's going to cross the line to start the clock. Down the back straight, she comes now towards the split. And towards the finish, she races towards the line and sets a time to beat. We're not sure what it is. We're waiting for the tech to get up and working, but definitely looked quick. There'll be a strong bar. 12.951 is the time that we're given from the commissaires. And the bell rings now for our next rider. Around the bend and down the back straight goes Sonia Vettish for New South Wales. Towards the line she goes. She's looking pretty quick as she crosses the line. .486, so new fastest time by about half a second. Very well done by Vettish there. Scarlett Civil now to take the track for Western Australia. One more lap to wind it up before she starts her sprint. Down the back straight she goes now. Trying to get a good bit of pace from the ramp. You can see her sitting up high close to the fence, really trying to make the most of the banking. And the bell rings. Takes a pretty gradual line to the bottom of the track, and now she starts the clock. Crossing the 200 metre mark down the back straight. 100 metres to go now as she reaches the split marker, rounding the bend and coming down the front straight towards the line. Lunges that bike over the line. .829 the time for the Western Australian. And the bell rings for our next rider. Hope Harnety for Victoria, now making her way down the back straight. And she's going to reach the split marker, 100 metres to go now for the Victorian. She comes towards the finish line and she will now cross the line, the fourth rider in this event so far. 13.143 the time for the Victorian. Alicia Reynolds now for Western Australia. And the bell rings for Reynolds down to the bottom of the track. She now starts the clock, making her way down the back straight now. The Western Australian makes her way towards the split line, rounding the bend and coming down the front straight towards the line. Reynolds will now set a time of 13.87 seconds. April Catt next on the track for South Australia. Down the back straight, last lap before her sprint begins. Out of the seat now as she collects the bell. Down she goes, a bit of a late descent to the bottom of the track. And she now starts the clock, making her way down the back straight. Catt is going to split now, round the bend and down the front straight. She comes now towards the line. And she will set a time just waiting for the official time. Meanwhile, it's Victoria Smith from Queensland making her way around. Smith winding it up for the final wind-up lap. Out of the seat early, she comes down the front straight to collect the bell. Now she crosses the line to start the clock, making her way around the bend. She starts to head down the back straight towards the split line. 100 metres left in the ride for Victoria Smith. Down the front straight towards the finish line she goes. And Smith sets a time of 12.926 seconds. Pippa Denham now on the track for Victoria. Down the front straight, she comes now with a lot of speed, very high on the track, using the backing to the best of her ability. She now crosses the line to start the clock. Down the back straight goes Denham for Victoria. 100 metres left in the ride for the Victorian. She comes down the front straight towards the line, and Pippa Denham sets a time of 13.538 seconds. now she comes down the front straight. She's looking pretty quick. As Lake makes her way towards the line, she now crosses the finish line. She sets a time of 12.478 seconds. So no one's been able to get within a tenth of a second of the time by Sonia Fetish. Fetish still sitting pretty comfortably above the rest. Liang now on the boards for Queensland.
Come on, Ella.
Liang really using as much of the track as she can. Building up a bit of speed down the back straight there, using the descent from the bank. Now she comes down the front straight out of the seat pretty early, really lunging forward. She now crosses the line to start the clock around the bend, and down the back straight she goes now. Liang splits 100 metres to go, she's halfway through her ride down the front straight towards the finish line. And Liang sets a time of 12.781 seconds. Emily Watch now for the ACT, making her way around. Bell rings for Watch. She now makes her way down to the bottom of the track. Pretty late descent there. She crosses the line to start the clock now. Down the back straight towards the split. She's got 100 metres to go now. Emily Watch making her way down the front straight towards the line. And she sets a new fastest time, 12.317 seconds. The time for the ACT rider. Up next we have Milan Bradshaw from New South Wales. The bell rings now for Bradshaw. She makes her way to the bottom of the track and now starts the clock out of the bend and down the back straight goes the New South Wales woman. Towards the line, she's going to split 100 metres to go. Now down the front straight towards the finish line goes Milan Bradshaw. And Bradshaw sets a time of 13.208 seconds. And last but not least, we have Ebony Robinson to take seconds. Down the back straight she comes now. And then she's out of the seat. Coming down the front straight as the bell rings. Down to the bottom of the track, she now crosses the line to start the clock. Down the back straight goes Robinson towards the split. 100 metres to go now for Robinson. She comes down the front straight towards the line and sets a final time of 12.334 seconds, which is the unofficial second fastest time. Emily Watch takes this out with 12.317. Just 17 thousandths of a second between our top two, so very, very close between our girls. And up next we have Jeremy Cannon for New South Wales, kicking off the under-17 boys. And the bell rings. He crosses the line now to start the clock. Down the back straight goes Cannon. He's looking pretty quick. Halfway through, 100 metres to go for Cannon as he makes his way towards the line. He's going to cross the line and set a time of 11.6 seconds to start. .11.6, a pretty strong time to start out our sprint qualifiers. Jameson Buckley next on the boards. Front straight now, the South Australian across the line and set a time of 12.033 seconds. Jessie Tull for South Australia now. Bell rings, very gradual line to the bottom of the track for Jessie Tull. Tull now rounding the bend and heading down the back straight towards the split marker. 100 metres to go for the South Australian. He races towards the line and sets a time of 12.382 seconds. So Cannon still in front by about half a second on the other riders. Gus Charles now on the track for Tasmania. And bell rings. Charles makes his way along the track and now starts the clock. Rounding the bend, he makes his way down the back straight. 100 metres to go now for the Tasmanian. As he comes towards the line, he'll finish with a time of 12.115 seconds. Ryan Dett from Western Australia now. Out of the seat goes Dett, the bell rings for him, and he makes his way down to the bottom of the track. Across the line to start the clock now, 200 metres. The ride for the Western Australian. He's now got 100 metres to go as he passes the split line down the front straight towards the finish line, and he'll set a time of 11.919 seconds. Only the second rider to go sub-12 thus far. Just over 0.3 of a second off the time set by New South Wales rider Jeremy Cannon. Chris Mullins now to take the track for Queensland. Up next, representing South Australia, we have Alec Guglielmucci. .656 the time for the South Australian there. finish line. And Brown will set a time of 11.795 seconds. Broxham for Tasmania now, making his way around. Two laps to go. One more lap before he will have to start his time sprint down the back straight. Goes Broxham. For Bryce Nichols from Victoria. 100 metres to go now for Nichols. Around the bend and comes down the front straight towards the line. And he will set a time of 11.732 seconds. It was pretty quick there. He's third fastest so far. Angus Withington now for the ACT, making his way around. And the bell rings for the ACT rider. Withington now. Meters to go, makes his way around the bend and down the front straight towards the line. And he sets a time of 11.718 seconds. Down the front straight now. Victorian, Oliver Beaton, starts the clock, makes his way down the back straight, and he now has 100 metres to go in his race, running the bend down the front straight towards the line. He crossed the line, and the time he sets is the new fastest time, 11.572 seconds, 28 thousandths of a second faster than Jeremy Cannon. Test. How's it going now?
Come on.
All right, we think we fixed the problem. Hopefully the static will go away. We'll have lost a lot of the background noise, so it's one of our outside cameras that's been picking up the sound and making it a bit static. Hopefully it'll work now, but I guess you guys might not get the same vibe as though you're sitting in the stadium with us. The bell now rings for Ethan Lesky from Victoria. Carrying a lot of speed as he rounds the bend and comes down the front straight towards the line. And he puts out a time of 11.656. Up next for Queensland, we have Mitch Louis. Louis just out of the seat down the back straight, trying to get himself a little bit of extra speed from the banking. As he now rounds the bend and comes down the front straight. The bell rings. Down the back straight, he's looking very quick as he makes it past the halfway mark. 100 meters to go for Louis. As he rounds the bend and comes down the front straight towards the line. And he sets a new fastest time, 11.266 seconds. 36 thousandths of a second faster than Patrick May. Only 16 hundredths of a second faster than Sam Hilditch in third at the moment. So everyone very close together at the moment. And up next we have Jonas Shelverton making his way around the track. Rounding the bend, he comes down the front straight to collect the bell. And the Tasmanian now makes his way down to the bottom of the track and starts the clock around the bend. And down the back straight he goes. 100 meters left in the ride for Shelverton. He comes down the front straight, makes his way towards the finish line. And Shelverton sets a new fastest time, 11.256 seconds, 1/100th of a second faster than Mitch Louis. I'll just do it after the event. Around the bend now, out of the seat from Victoria goes Jack Edwards. The bell rings for him and he makes his way around. He starts the clock out of the bend and down the back straight goes Edwards. He's now got 100 meters to go in his race. Rounding the bend, down the front straight towards the finish line. Jack Edwards from Victoria will set a time of 11.304 seconds. 5/100ths of a second separate the top four. He's 2 thousandths of a second off the time by Patrick May in third at the moment. And up next, last but not least, in this qualifying, we have Tom Choi from Queensland. Choi looking quick already. He rounds the bend out of the seat very early in comparison to some of these other riders. The bell rings and he's now going to start the clock, rounding the bend. And down the back straight goes Choi for Queensland. 100 metres now left to ride. Down the front straight towards the finish line he goes. And Tom Choi goes 10.938 seconds. Faster by more than 0.3 of a second than our second fastest time. Okay, we're now going to go to round one of our under-17 girls sprints. Up first we have Hayley Dell and Alicia Reynolds. The whistle goes. And Reynolds leads Dell around the bottom of the track. Both of them slowing down as they enter the back straight. Rounding the bend and down the front straight they go. Look over the shoulder from Reynolds. Just trying to keep an eye on Dell behind. Dell keeping a bit of a gap, not sitting higher at all. She now moves up the inside. Reynolds takes a while to respond, and Dell gets a pretty good jump on her pretty early around the bend. They come now down the front straight, the gap continuing to open as they come through to get the bell. 1 lap to go for both riders. Hayley Dell with a very good gap to Alicia Reynolds, and that gap continuing to expand as we enter our last half lap, rounding the bend and coming down the front straight. Hayley Dell will put herself through. April Cat leads Ella Liang off the line. Down the back straight they go now. Liang on the inside of Cat at the moment, starting to push the South Australian up towards the fence. Both riders now side by side, riding pretty high on the track. Down the back straight they go. Starting to pretty slowly build up speed. They now make their way around the bend, and Ella Liang is going to be the first to jump. She takes a bit of time to get to the bottom of the track though. The bell rings. Liang still with a lead over Cat, and that lead is starting to expand as they head down the back straight. Cat trying to close that gap and fight back, but Ella Liang, it looks like, is going to hold on down the front straight, and the Queenslander will make her way through. The whistle goes now for Pippa Denham and Scarlett Sybil. Denham just up the inside, bit of a lead on Sybil. Sybil sitting up around the stayers line and now moving up towards the fence as they enter the back straight. Both riders slowing down, but not very much. And they slow down a bit more, come closer together and make their way around the bottom of the track now. Down the front straight they come. Denham in front, looking over her shoulder, keeping an eye on Sybil behind. 2 to go now. Both riders, they exit the back straight, Move down a little bit. Sybil staying up around the stayers line though. And Denham now starting to wind it up a little bit from the front. We make our way around the bend. And now down the front straight. The bell rings. 1 lap to go. Sybil starts to make her way forwards. Denham trying to hold her off though. Sybil continues to make her way over the top. And as they head down the back straight, Denham starts to slip behind. Sybil moving forward still, looking over her shoulder to see if that lead is secured. And it indeed is. Scarlett Sybil will make her way through to the next round. Up next on the track, we have Alana Lake and Milan Bradshaw. Lake from Victoria is going to lead Bradshaw off the line. As the whistle goes, Bradshaw with a bit of a quick acceleration. She's opting to stay pretty high on the track in comparison to Lake. Both riders coming pretty close together. They're now both sitting just above the stayers line as they round the bend to enter the front straight. 2 to go, a swing down from Lake, quickly followed by Bradshaw. Bradshaw now swinging back up. And the two again side by side. We start to make our way down the back straight. The two still two abreast, pretty close together. And down to the bottom of the track now goes Lake. She's opening up a gap to Bradshaw. The bell rings, and that gap is now starting to close as Bradshaw makes her way onto the wheel of Lake. They round the bend and come down the back straight. Bradshaw still trying to make her way forwards. Lake holding her off nicely. They round the bend. Bradshaw now, as they round the bank, starts to slip back. She's fighting forwards though now as they come down the front straight. Very close on the line. I think it's Alana Lake that held on, but we'll wait to see what the official result from the commissaires is. And it's Alana Lake who takes out that sprint there. Victoria Smith and Hope Harnety on the track now. Smith from Queensland, Harnety from Victoria. Whistle goes to start us off. 3 laps these riders have. Harnety on the inside of Smith there. Two of them going pretty slowly. They come down the front straight, keeping their pace as they make their way through to get 2 to go. They're now around the bank. And now we're actually starting to see them pick it up quite a bit. Smith pulling out ahead, and she opens up. She's going to go down to the bottom of the bank, and she's pulling away from Harnity. A very early move by the Queenslander. Looks like it's working for her, though, as the bell rings. Smith continues to pull away from Harnity. They go down the back straight. Harnity with about 10 metres behind Smith. Starting to slowly close it, but they come down the front straight. The gap is too big, and the amount of room left is too little. Victoria Smith will take that out. The whistle goes for our first pair of riders in the under-17 boys. Jameson Buckley from South Australia leads Tom Choi. Down the front straight we come. 2 to go. Buckley with a bit of a lead over Choi at the moment. Choi just following as they go down the back straight. He's out of the seat to maybe try to close that gap up a little bit as we get closer to the bell. And now we come down the front straight and the bell rings. Buckley still with a lead over Choi. And as they round the bend, that gap very quickly starts to close. Choi over the top almost effortlessly as we round the bend and come down the front straight towards the line. Look over the shoulder. And Tom Choi will make his way through to the quarterfinal. The whistle goes to start off our second pair. Jonas Shelverton in front of Chris Mullins. Shelverton in the lead at the moment. Mullins just moved up high, swung back down, and is closing that gap between himself and Shelverton in front. 2 to go. And Shelverton just holding his position, looking pretty calm. Now moves up towards the stayers line. Both riders continuing to build up speed as we make our way around. Shelverton still defending well from the front. The bell now rings. Down to the bottom of the track we go. And they round the bend, start to make their way down the back straight. Jonas Shelverton in front of Mullins. Mullins not coming around yet. Down the front straight they come now towards the line. And Mullins couldn't come over the top. Jonas Shelverton will put himself through to the quarterfinal. Mitch Louis and Ryan Death now on the track. Louis for Queensland, Death for Western Australia. And it looks like we'll probably start that again. Death just slipping down the bank. The pair probably going a bit too slow to start. The whistle goes. Patrick May leads William Brown. Up towards the fence they go now. And they really start to slow down a bit. They both pick it up. And May leads down to the bottom of the track. Brown sitting up just above the stayers line as the riders make their way down the front straight. Now we get 2 to go. And we start to pick it up a little bit as we round the bend. Start to go down the back straight. A fake swing down by William Brown. However, Patrick May's move looks to be for real, and he starts to open up a gap to the South Australian behind him. The bell rings, and that gap still exists. It's not closing as quickly as Brown would have liked. I think it is closing, though. They head down the back straight now, make their way around the bend. Patrick May still with a good lead over the top, but here comes Brown towards the line. Patrick May will hold on, make his way through to the quarterfinal. And Mitch Louis and Ryan Death are going to take the track again. The whistle goes and Louis is going to lead Death off the line. The two going pretty slowly around the bottom of the bank this time. Louis just keeping an eye on Death behind him. Down the front straight we come now. No real change in anything over that first lap. Now, Death just starts to move up a little bit. Two pretty close together. A little flick from Louis there. Trying to keep Death on his toes. Death now opting to move up towards the stayers line. Sitting still in the sprinters lane though. And now we start to see Louis on the front, picking up the speed, and that speed continuing to increase. We come down the front straight to collect the bell. Mitch Louis still leading Ryan Death. Still both riders waiting to open up the sprint. Louis with a good lead. Ryan Death now out of the seat trying to make his way forwards, but Louis still in front, just holding him off down the front straight. Death tries to come over the top, but Mitch Louis holds on. Very strong, very controlled that entire ride. Jack Edwards and Bryce Nichols now take the track. Both riders from Victoria. Edwards on the inside of Nichols there. The whistle goes. Edwards leading Nichols still. Two of them going pretty slowly around the bottom of the bank at the moment. Now starting to pick it up a little. Nichols at the hip of Edwards at the moment. They come down the front straight. They get two to go, starting to pick it up even more now as they round the bend. Edwards trying to push Nichols a little bit higher. Nichols now out of the seat, trying to come over the top of Edwards. Edwards just holding him high. Pushing up again. And now down the front straight, the bell rings. An acceleration from Edwards. Nichols tries to close it down. A gap opens up between the two riders. The gap still existing as they get half a lap to go now. Round the bend, down the front straight, a look over the shoulder from Edwards. Both riders sit up well before the line. Sam Hilditch and Angus Worthington, the next two to take the track. The whistle goes. Sam Hilditch leads Angus Worthington to the bottom of the track now. Two going around pretty slowly at the moment. Worthington just moves up to the stayers line as they go down the back straight, but he opts to move back down, trying to take the wheel of Hilditch again. Hilditch still on the front, keeping a look over his shoulder on Worthington behind. Both riders now starting to move up towards the fence. As they get two to go, up the inside goes Worthington. And Worthington quickly pushes up towards the top of the track himself, now leading Hilditch around. The two riders now starting to properly build up speed. Worthington on the front. He is going to lead into the sprint as they come down the front straight. The bell rings. 1 lap to go. Worthington on the front. Bit of a gap to Hilditch behind as they come down the back straight. Hilditch now starts to close it. Worthington trying to fight off the Queenslander. Hilditch now making his way over the top as they come down the front straight. Hilditch edges out ahead. And Sam Hilditch will cross the line in front of Angus Worthington. Oliver Beaton and Ethan Lesky now on the track. Both riders representing Victoria. The whistle goes. Lesky on the inside of Beaton there is going to lead them down to the bottom of the track and now around the bottom of the bank. The two going pretty slowly, pretty much as slow as we've seen anyone so far. And we enter the back straight for the first time. Beaton starts to move up towards the fence. Lesky now following. And it looks like we'll have our first track stand of the competition soon. Lesky still on the inside of Beaton. Beaton follows the wheel back to the bottom of the track as they start around the bend. Down the front straight we go now. Beaton with a bit of a swing up. He moves back down onto the wheel of Lesky. And Zaleski still trying to defend from the front, is starting to pick up a bit of speed to match that of Beaton. Beaton out of the seat again, trying to make his way forwards. Zaleski just holding him high. They come down the front straight now. The bell's going to ring. Leski still holding Beaton high. Beaton now makes his way down the inside. Leski covers. They round the bend and go down the back straight. A little bit of a gap between the two riders starting to close. Leski in front. Beaton now trying to come over the top and accelerating forwards. Very close on the line between the two Victorians. We'll wait to hear the official result from the commissaires. And it's Oliver Beaton who came out on top there over Ethan Leski. And the last pair of this round, we have Jeremy Cannon from New South Wales and Alec Guglielmucci from South Australia. Both riders pretty quick in comparison to most of the others we've seen so far off the line. Cannon in front of Guglielmucci at the moment. Guglielmucci just sitting high up around the stays line. He was moving around a bit and still is doing so. Up the inside of Cannon he goes now. Maybe trying to just make himself a bit more unpredictable and thus harder to race against. He might also prefer defending from the front, leading these sprints. Cannon behind, now swerving himself. We come down the front straight to collect the bell. And a bit of a gap opens up between the two riders. Guglielmucci now starts to slip back though as Jeremy Cannon makes his way forwards down the back straight. That gap is closed, but it's another thing to overtake. Round the bend and down the front straight, the South Australian will hold on. Okay, up next we have the under 15 girls 500 meter time trial final. Up first from Queensland we have Sienna Monteith on her own. Sienna Monteith coming out of the gate there without any major issues. Winding it up, she continues to make her way now down the back straight. And now she sits in, ready to settle into the pace that she's set herself. 1 lap to go for the Queenslander. She now makes her way around the bend and down the back straight towards the pursuit line to get half a lap to go now. Monteith makes her way around the bend for the final time, down the front straight towards the line. And she sets a time of 41.278 seconds. 41.278 seconds, our time to beat after Monteith's round. Oh, there's a problem on the back straight there for the West Australian. Viana Nayafavian. Looks like she's going to get back on and still commit to her time. And as a result, Zoe May from New South Wales with a very big lead over the Western Australian as she gets the bell. 1 lap to go now for Nayafavian as well. Half a lap to go for May. Now half a lap to go for Nayafavian as May starts to make her way around the bend, down the front straight towards the line. Nayafavian made up quite a gap there. Sienna Monteith still leading. May sets a 42.832, Nayafavian 43.927. On the front straight now we have Chloe Buckley for Queensland and Chavi Tanksale for Victoria on the back straight. Both riders getting away pretty well there without any major complications. Down the opposite straights they go, and it's Chloe Buckley with the fastest start over Tank Sail. 1 lap to go now for both riders. Buckley still ahead of Tank Sail as they make their way around the track. Down the opposite straights they go now, and they have half a lap remaining in their ride. Buckley with a still pretty comfortable lead. She makes her way around the bend. Down the front straight towards the line. Down the back straight towards the line goes Tank Sail. .41.403, the time for the Queenslander. Victorian at 42.717.
That are coming off the computer down there.
Lucy Allen and Lavinia Ward now to take the track. No major issues on either side as they get out of the gate. After the first half lap, it's pretty close, but it's the Victorian ahead of the New South Wales rider. The bell rings. Ward still ahead of Allen. And let's see if she can hold on to that lead. Down the front straight now goes Ward. Half a lap to go. Half a lap to go now for Allen. So still very close between the two riders. Down their respective finishing straights they come towards the line. And Ward will hold on all the way. And she'll set a new fastest time, 40.440 seconds. Madeline Pitt and Addison Torr now to take the track. Both riders out of the gate pretty well there. Down the opposite straights they go. And they're very, very close together. And the bells ring as they come down their respective straights to get one to go. Still very, very close. Half a lap to go now for both riders. Still neck and neck. I can't call who's out ahead. Rounding the bend and coming down the front straight goes Pitt. Down the back straight goes Tor. And we'll wait to see the official times from the comms. Addison Tor with a new fastest time. 39.790 seconds. Madeline Pitt. 39.928. Both riders the first to go under 40. Alexis Phillips and Isabella Potts on the track now. Potts making her way around the bend and down the front straight ahead of Alexis Phillips after the first half lap. Phillips now making her way around the bend and down the front straight to collect the bell. That gap opening up in the favour of the Queenslander. Potts makes her way around to get half a lap to go. Half a lap to go now for Phillips as well. Isabella Potts towards the line. And Potts sets a new fastest time. 38.735 seconds. The first to go sub 39. Four more riders to go now. And our next to take the track, we have Madeline Douglas from Victoria on the front straight. Ava Robbins from Queensland on the back straight. Pretty good starts on both sides there. Rounding the bend and down the opposite straights they go. After the first half lap, it's Ava Robbins with a pretty good lead over Madeline Douglas. The bell rings now for Robbins, and that gap has really opened up in the favour of the Queenslander. Douglas makes her way around the bend and down the back straight. Half a lap to go down the front straight for Robbins. Robbins looking very strong as she makes her way around the bend and towards the finish line now. Towards the finish line goes Douglas too. And Ava Robbins sets a new fastest time. 38.467 seconds, the time for the Queenslander. Madeline Douglas setting 40.844 seconds. So Ava Robbins there has guaranteed herself a medal with that time. Billy Russell and Jenna Gallagher taking the track now. Good starts from both riders there. Rounding the bend and down the opposite straights they go. And Gallagher has a very convincing lead over Russell at the moment down their respective finishing straights to get the bell. And that gap is just expanding in the favour of the New South Wales rider. Half a lap to go for Gallagher now. Half a lap to go for Russell now as well, as Russell makes her way out of the back straight and around the bend. Down the back straight comes Gallagher, and Gallagher crosses the line now. Russell does the same. But Ava Robbins will hold on. Jenna Gallagher, 0.06 of a second off the time, puts herself into second. Isabella Potts holds on to third. Just 0.02 of a second between Potts and Russell for third there. Okay, we go now to the under-17 girls team pursuit qualifying. No major problems out of the start gate there. Natasha Sitsky leads this team, and there's a bit of a gap between, I think that's Chloe Pracht at the back, just having to put in a bit of an extra effort to make her way onto the group as they come down the front straight. They finish their first lap well. Everyone looking pretty good as Sitsky swings up, not really using the track to her full advantage, not coming up all the way to the top, but no major issue for her at the moment. She looks pretty comfortable behind. Leading now is Sarah Burger, now making her way onto the back of the group. Georgia Gardner leads the team at the moment as we come down the front straight. The team looking strong. And they make their way around and down the back straight. Everyone looking pretty comfortable. The team looking pretty cohesive at the moment as Sitsky leads down the front straight. Sorry, Gardner. Down the front straight we go now. It's Pracht on the front. Everyone still looking pretty comfy at the moment. Turning their legs over well. Pracht swings up, makes her way onto the wheel of Gardner. And that leaves Sitsky to take the front again. Down the back straight they go. Down the front straight now. The riders are looking pretty consistent, starting to get a little bit more strung out. Start to make our way around the bend and down the front straight as Gardner takes the front again, with Burger making her way onto the rear of the group. Down the front straight now. The riders make their way down the back straight. Small gap existing in the middle there. The riders again just letting them open a bit more than they were at the start. Gardner makes her way onto the back and Pracht takes the lead. Swinging up, just not really going higher than the stayers line, and she's missed out an ability to use the track as an advantage, and it's played against her. Gap opening up, the bell rings though. They've only got half a lap to go now left in this race. Around the bend and down the front straight they come. 3 abreast towards the line. And they set a time to beat of 3 minutes 47.767 seconds. Coming up next, we have the riders for Victoria, followed by South Australia, New South Wales, and then Queensland. No major complications coming out of the gate there as Lake leads. Bit of a gap opening up between our two riders at the back there. I'm not sure who that is at the rear, but she's really had a bit of trouble getting it off the mark. That gap now starting to close as we get 11 to go. Lake swings up, Rothabula comes through and leads down the back straight. Everyone looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Round the bend and down the front straight. Rothabula still on the front. Everyone looking pretty calm and together, and Rothabula swings up and makes their way onto the back of the group. Around the bend and down the front straight. 9 to go. Short turn there by Pippa Denham. Denham making her way onto the back now, which leaves Hope Harnety leading. Down the front straight we come now. Splitting second, the Victorians. And it looks like they're down to 3 riders as they make their way down the back straight. Down the front straight they come now. They're still in second, 1:41.391 their time at the moment as Rothabula makes their way onto the back. We're really starting to see some shorter turns from this group as well as the riders start to fatigue. And they come down the front straight. Denham makes her way onto the wheel of Rothabula. Lake takes the front. You can see their cadence is a bit lower than what they started with as they come down the front straight now to get 5 laps to go. 2:21 their time with 5 to go. And they start to head down the back straight. A bit of a surge there from Rothabula as they take the lead. Round the bend and down the front straight. 1 kilometre remaining now. And Rothabula swings up. Denham comes through to replace them. And leads down the back straight. Round the bend. Down the front straight we come now to get 3 to go. Being urged faster by their scheduler. 3:02.089 the time for the Victorians. Down the back straight now. Lake in front. We round the bend and come down the front straight. 3:22.955. The team still in second at the moment as Rothabula takes the front. Short turn from Rothabula as the team come down the front straight to collect the bell. Still holding on to second. The team now make their way down the back straight. Half a lap to go for them. As they make their way around the bend, down the front straight, they come 3 abreast towards the line. 4:03.6 the time for Victoria.
Today the first day?
Yeah. Strong start out of the gate there for Paige Squire from South Australia, continuing to pull away from her teammates, really making them work hard for their start at the moment. The team now come around and down the front straight. They finished their first lap in second, 22.498 seconds, their time after lap 1. And Squire makes her way onto the back. All the South Australians looking pretty strong as they come down the front straight now. Liani Funderburg making her way onto the back. So this team looking to opt for quicker turns at the moment. They come around to get 9 to go. They move themselves up into first place, 57.779 seconds. The time for South Australia at the moment. Slipping down into second after the next lap. Madeline Wasserbeck making her way onto the back of the group now. They come around and down the front straight, just being urged faster by their scheduler, still stuck in second after the next lap. And they start to head down the back straight now. Just 3 riders left. They lost their 4th rider pretty early on. They'll have a lot of work to do now, the remaining riders. Liani Funderburg on the front. Funderburg swings up, makes her way onto the back, and does so looking pretty cohesive with the rest of the group. Ava Schmidtke on the front at the moment now. Rounding the bend and coming down the front straight towards the line to get 4 to go. They've started on their last kilometre now. They're up in first, 2 minutes 30 their time with 1 kilometre to go. And the South Australians still looking relatively strong. Their cadence still looking pretty quick. Bit of a close call there as 2 of the riders came down onto the duckboard rounding the bend, but everyone looks all right at the moment. Still in first, most importantly. Madeline Wasserbeck at the back. As Funderburg leads down the front straight, we get 2 laps to go. The team still being urged faster by their scheduler as they start to make their way down the back straight now, around the bend and down the front straight to collect the bell. Still in first. They've got 20 seconds to play with for their final lap if they want to come over the top of the ACT. But it's all about making it into that gold medal final. The South Australians make their way around the bend towards the line. They're carrying a lot of speed as they go 3 abreast. 3:45.878, the new fastest time by almost 2 seconds. next we have Queensland taking the track. Pretty good start by the Queensland girls out of the gate there. Bit of a gap opening up between Neve Parslow and Megan Moore. That being said, Moore with a bit of work to do. Closing that gap now though, as the team come around the bend and down the front straight. They split third after lap 1, 22.909 seconds. The time for the Queenslanders after their first quarter of a kilometre. Sanders now swings up, makes her way onto the wheel of Sealy Cunnington as Parslow takes the lead. The team looking pretty quick, still in third place at the moment, behind the South Australians and the ACT. Parslow still leading as they come around and down the front straight to get 9 to go. Down the back straight, it's Megan Moore in front for the Queenslanders. They make their way around the bend. Down the front straight, 8 to go after their first kilometre. They have a time of about 1:16, 1:17 seconds. We're not getting the splits at the moment. Eden Sealy Cunnington leading the team now as the riders round the bend and come down the front straight. The Queenslanders have moved themselves up into second, 1:34 the time at this point in the race so far, as Amelie Sanders takes the front for Queensland. Sanders looking pretty strong. She moves Queensland up into first, keeping her head down, trying to keep herself tucked in. She leads the team around the bend now and down the front straight towards the line. And Queensland stay in first. 2 minutes 10 the time at this point in the race. The Queenslanders now start to make their way down the back straight as Neve Parslow leads. Parslow leading around the bend and down the front straight. The Queenslanders still holding on to first, 2:28.739 seconds. The time for the team. Neve makes her way onto the back. Bit of a gap opening up between Parslow and Sanders. As we come down the front straight, it's Megan Moore on the front, still keeping Queensland in first. Moore now leads down the back straight. Round the bend, Moore swings high, makes her way onto the wheel of Parslow as Sealy Cunnington takes the front. Short turn by Sealy Cunnington, makes her way onto the wheel of Moore, and Amelie Sanders takes the front again. Sanders still looking pretty strong as she leads at the front. The bell rings for the Queenslanders. It looks like Sanders might lead to the end. 3:22.706 the time for the Queenslanders. Now they've got a good bit of time to play with for their last lap. Half a lap to go now as they round the bend and come down the front straight towards the line. They set a time of 3:40.594 seconds. A new fastest time by almost 5 seconds. Over 5 seconds, actually. Just to reiterate that the times here are provisional. They will be corrected by the cameras. And if that time stands, the Queenslanders will have put themselves through to the gold medal final. Very strong start out of the gate there for Sonia Vettish for New South Wales. Round the bend and down the front straight come the New South Wales riders. Come around and down the front straight now. In third at the moment, 41.352 the time for New South Wales at the moment. They head down the back straight now. The team looking pretty cohesive and pretty quick at the moment as they come down the front straight. Still holding on to third, 59.201. They're taking pretty quick turns. Not more than a lap, usually about 1 to half a lap. Around and down the front straight they come again. Vettish now swinging up. Taking the front, as Dubier swings up, makes her way onto the back. And now Vettish leads around the bend and down the front straight. The team are going to get 7 laps to go. They've slipped down into fourth, 135.629 the time for New South Wales at the moment as Vettish makes her way onto the back. Round the bend and down the front straight come the New South Wales team. Halfway through, they're still in fourth. And Hayley Dell now swings up, makes her way onto the wheel of Vettish, which leaves Elsie Apps in the lead. Apps just hanging her head a bit as she leads them down the front straight. Still in fourth as they get 5 to go. Dubier now on the front. Dubier pushing hard on the front. She's up the pace for the team. And she's going to stay on the front for a bit longer than the usual rotation. Dubier now swings up, leaving Vettish in front. And the team have moved themselves up into third at the moment, 250.504. The time for New South Wales at this point in the race. Vettish with a bit of a gap that had opened up there between herself and the rider behind her. You can see Hayley Dell just hanging her head a bit. The group now strung out. Dell probably putting in a bit of a surge there perhaps. Vettish can't follow it, and there are just 3 riders left for the New South Wales team. They come down the front straight to collect the bell. 327.954. And now a bit of a gap opening up between the second and third rider in this group. That's going to be very damaging to the time for New South Wales. They round the bend and come down the front straight. We'll see what the official time is for that. But it looks like Queensland and South Australia will face each other in the gold medal final. New South Wales and the ACT will most likely go for bronze. We go now to the under-17 boys team pursuit qualifying. No major issues for Western Australia coming out of the gate there. They all fall into line as they head down the back straight. And now they round the bend and start to tuck in. 21.932 the time of the first lap. Toby Gallagher leads. Down the front straight now, Gallagher swings up. And he's not going to get back on. Western Australia very early on with only 3 riders left. Yeah, that happens sometimes, but usually that person who gets out is usually like with the last K or something, not in the first 500 metres. Sam Washington from Western Australia leads them down the back straight now. The riders make their way around the bend and down the front straight. 1:10.543. The time at this point in the race. Washington looking strong on the front, keeping himself tucked in. He now swings up, makes his way onto the rear of the group. And on the front now is Donovan Inch. Inch looking pretty strong himself as he leads them around the bend and now down the front straight. Inch looking quick, looking pretty comfortable as he leads the Western Australians now down the back straight. They'll come around now as Inch swings up. He's not swinging right up to the top of the track, but it hasn't really harmed him very much. He comes back down pretty easily. Short turn from the next rider leaves Sam Washington in front. Down the back straight. It's Washington in front. 2 to go. 2:49.612 as they start their last 500 meters. The team rounding the bend and coming down the front straight. They get the bell. Just 1 lap to go. Washington has really been leading this team around very, very well, showing himself to be the strongest rider in this team. They come around 3 abreast down towards the line. The team looked very cohesive and very quick the entire ride. 3:22.336, the time for Western Australia. It'll be a good time to beat. Good start from the South Australians there. I've just been informed that the time set by the Queenslanders has broken the previous Queensland record. The previous record set in 2017 in Melbourne. South Australians looking pretty quick. They're still in second. They're splitting behind the Western Australians at the moment. But we have seen over the course of the day so far that the teams that have started a little bit slower have managed to have a quicker time overall. We'll see if the South Australians are any different as they come down the front straight. Still in second place in the front there, it's Alex Guglielmucci. They come around now and down the front straight towards the line. 132.234 as Guglielmucci swings up. And Will Brown takes the front to replace him. Come down the front straight now. Brown still leading. Dipping his head more as he leads them around the bend. He swings up and makes his way onto the back. On the front now, it is Jameson Buckley with a bit of a kick. He stretched that group out. He's now sat up to let those riders catch back on. A bit of A surge might ruin their momentum. We'll see how they recover from it. As Buckley swings up, he makes his way onto the rear of the group. And Landman takes the front. Pretty short turn from Landman there, just one lap. Makes his way onto the wheel of Buckley, sorry. As Guglielmucci takes the front. The riders make their way down the back straight now and around the bend. And they collect the bell. 1 lap to go. Still in second. They have quite a bit of ground to make up. It doesn't look like they'll get a new fastest time. Half a lap to go for the team now, as the South Australians round the bend and come down the front straight towards the line. 3:32.468, so about 10 seconds slower than the time posted by Western Australia. Really shows you how quick the Western Australians were. We'll see if New South Wales can get themselves up into the hot seat as they take the track. Looking like a pretty good start for New South Wales out of the gate there. Down the front straight they come. They've all fallen into line. They're looking pretty quick. They split first after the first lap as Tobin Smith swings up, makes his way onto the rear of the group. Round the bend and down the front straight they come now to get 10 to go. Still holding on to first place as Patrick May swings up, makes his way onto the rear. Rounding the bend, everyone looking pretty comfortable at the moment, pretty cohesive, as Jeremy Cannon makes his way onto the back. So Liam Galtman takes the front now. Just a bit of an opening of the gaps between each rider there, as Liam Galtman took the front down the front straight. On the front now, though, it is Patrick May, and New South Wales have slipped into second place as May swings up, makes his way onto the rear. So New South Wales here taking very short turns. Most riders only doing half a lap on the front. And it worked for them at the beginning, but it looks like it's starting to hurt them now as they make their way down the back straight. Bit of a gap opening up between a rider that could possibly be Jeremy Cannon and the rest of the group. Cannon has since closed that gap. And on the front is Liam Galtman. Galtman again just pulling away from the rider behind him. Galtman swings up, makes his way onto the back of the group. 2 to go. Oh, sorry, they split second. Rounding the bend and coming down the front straight. Just 3 laps remaining and 3 riders remaining as well, as Patrick May swings up not to come back down. Liam Galtman now takes the front. Pushing on the front, he's looking pretty strong at the moment. Tobin Smith on his wheel, followed by Jeremy Cannon behind. Cannon really fighting to stay on with this group by the looks of it. Galtman leads down the front straight. They get the bell. 1 lap to go. They're still in second, and they have 9 seconds to finish the last lap if they want to move themselves back up into first. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. They round the bend and come down the front straight. 3 abreast towards the line. 3:30.963. 8 seconds. 8.5 seconds down on the Western Australians. So the Western Australians really have put out a very, very good time. Pretty good start from the Victorians there as they make their way into the bend and now around and down the back straight. All of them falling into formation pretty quickly. They now start to tuck into their bars. Continue accelerating before they now settle into the pace that they've set themselves. Splitting second after lap 1. Down the front straight we go now. They slip down into third as Hindell swings up and makes his way onto the back. The Victorians now make their way around the track. Down the front straight, 9 to go. Lancaster swings up and Beaton comes through to replace him. Beaton now swings up. So Oli Djurovic on the front. Leads down the back straight. Everyone looking pretty cohesive at the moment. The team just being urged faster by their scheduler. Still in third place as Djurovic makes his way onto the back. Six to go, so we're halfway through. 1:46.028, the time at the halfway mark in this race. Come around the bend and down the front straight. It's Luca Lancaster leading at the moment. We get 5 to go. Still in third, 2:03.116. Just 3 riders left. We come down the front straight, and it's Oli Djurovic who's in front. Djurovic looking pretty strong as they come around. He now makes his way onto the back. Quick turn as we come through to get 2 laps to go. The Victorians move themselves up into second at the moment. Luca Lancaster leads Victoria down the back straight. Lancaster swings up, makes his way onto the rear. Bit of a gap opening up as they get the bell. Lancaster with a bit of work to do, but he makes his way back on. The Victorians now with half a lap to go as they head down the back straight, around the bend, and out of the bend they come 3 abreast towards the line. And they hold on to second place, 3:27.255. 5 seconds down on the Western Australians. Now we have Queensland take the track. Pretty good start out of the gate there as Toby Jones leads the Queenslanders. They fall into formation quickly, and now Jones leads them down the front straight. They split second after lap 1. Jones swings up, makes his way onto the back. Leading down the front straight now, it's Lachlan Walters. Walters leading down the back straight now. He's looking pretty quick. He swings up, makes his way onto the rear of the group. And coming through to replace him is Alex Hughes. Hughes leads the Queensland team down the back straight. Looking pretty quick as he turns his legs over. 8 laps to go. Queensland are now splitting first. 1:09 the time at this point in the race. Hughes makes his way onto the back. And Lang replaces him. Ethan Lang looking pretty quick. Everyone looking pretty cohesive at the moment. Still holding on to first place. Looks like we might have our first proper challenges for the Western Australian team. As Lang swings up, makes his way onto the wheel of Hughes. Jones comes through to take the lead again. 5 laps to go in this race. Down the back straight, it's Jones. Jones now rounds the bend, comes down the front straight to get 4 to go. 2:15.926. The time as they start their last kilometre. Short turn from Walters behind, but he makes his way back on. Bit of a gap opening up, but he closes it well. So everyone's still together, everyone's still looking fast as they go down the back straight. It's Alex Hughes who leads round the bend. Now they'll come through to get 2 to go. 2:48.394 seconds. Time for the Queenslanders as Alex Hughes makes his way onto the back and Ethan Lang comes through to take the front. We come down the front straight now to collect the bell. 1 lap to go. Their time is 3:05. Down the back straight, just half a lap remaining in this ride. Lang still leading. They round the bend. They come up to go 3 abreast towards the line. Very good effort. They post a new fastest time, 3:21.974. Under 15 boys time trial. Yeah, we are. Just under half a second for Western Australia, and then 5 seconds to Victoria, 8 seconds to New South Wales, and 10 seconds. Yeah, first and second are close. Everyone else is pretty spaced out. The girls were closer, but still pretty stretched. So 5 seconds between Queensland and South Australia, but only half a second between South Australia and New South Wales. 1.5 seconds between New South Wales ACT, and then Victoria was terrible. They were 15 seconds down on the ACT. They were 22 seconds down on Queensland. We're just going to have a short delay as we fix a few things up. We're now good to start. Pretty good starts on both sides. It looks like Nicholas Wilkin from Western Australia with the better start over Leif Ingvarsson from New South Wales. And as the two get the bell, it is the Western Australian who's out ahead, but only by about 0.2 of a second. Half a lap now to go, and Ingvarsson starting to close that gap, but Wilkin still looking pretty comfortable with his lead. Very close on the line, and in fact, Ingvarsson takes it back. 0.09 of a second between the two riders in the end, and 40.555 is the time that Ingvarsson sets. The first time to beat in this competition. George Tucker and Oscar Kermizzi now to take the track. Very good start by Omar Kermizzi on the back straight there. George Tucker getting away pretty well as well, but the Victorian with a good bit of speed as he makes his way around the bend and down the back straight. The bell rings now for George Tucker as well, who's really closed that gap and has in fact put himself out in front. 22.4 seconds the time for him with 1 lap to go. Half a lap to go now for George Tucker, and he's put out quite a gap over Omar Kermizzi now. And Tucker will set a new fastest time by 2 seconds. Sorry, half a second. 40.019, the new fastest time to beat. Philip Nessler to take the front straight now. Ruben Pickering to take the back. Nessler leads down the back straight. Pickering with the better start though, and is ahead after the first half lap. Down their respective finishing straights they go to get the bell. And Pickering splits provisional first. Nestler splits provisional sixth. Now half a lap to go for the South Australian. He's looking pretty strong as he makes his way out of the front straight and around the bend. Around the bend and down the front straight comes Nestler now. Pickering sets a new fastest time, 39.364, 40.636 the time for Philip Nestler. When he's finished, no major complications on either side as our next pair start. Campbell McDowell down the back straight. Josh Franks down the front straight. Franks just a little bit ahead of McDowell after the first half lap. As the two riders get the bell, it's Franks ahead of McDowell, provisionally splitting first. Now half a lap to go for both riders. The two still very close together. Looks like Frank's just out in front. Quarter of a lap to go now. We'll see what their times are. Campbell McDowell bringing it back and putting himself in the top spot. 38.857 seconds, 39.177 the time for Franks. Good starts on both sides there. Harrison Lace on the front straight for South Australia, getting away pretty well. Ollie Taylor doing the same for New South Wales. And it looks like it's Taylor just out ahead of Lace after the first half lap. Down their respective finishing straights they go to get the bell. And Lace edges out Taylor by about a tenth of a second, splitting third. Taylor splitting fourth. around the bend. Half a lap to go now, quarter of a lap. Towards the finish line they come, and they move themselves up Lace with a new fastest time, 38.567, 38.669, the time for Ollie Taylor. Next to take the track, we have Tobias Joe on the front straight and Mitchell Stretton on the back straight. Pretty good starts there on both sides. Down the opposite straights they go, and after the first half lap they are very close together. It might be Stretton just ahead of Joe. And now the bell rings. It's Joe who's put himself up into provisional first, provisional second to Stretton though. And they go down the opposite straights now. Half a lap to go. Joe still looking very strong as he rounds the bend, and now comes down the front straight towards the line. He'll set a new fastest time of 37.717 seconds. And that's a new fastest time by about 0.8 of a second for the Western Australian. Stretton, 38.938, the time for him. Riley Boyd and Luke Zucchiati on the track now. After the first half lap, the two are very close together. It might be Zucchiati with a small lead over Boyd. We'll see what the time says. It says Boyd has put in quite a gap to Zucchiati by about half a second as he gets one to go. Half a lap to go now for Boyd, and he's still looking pretty strong around the bend, and now down the front straight goes the Victorian, and he sets a new fastest time, 37.072. The time by the Victorian. Zucchiati stays in third, 38.044. Strong start there. Oscar Schoff with a pretty quick acceleration. Luke Rogers getting away very well too. And it might be Rogers just ahead of Schoff at the halfway mark of the first lap. The bell rings now, and it's Schoff just ahead of Rogers, splitting first unofficially. Half a lap to go now. The two still very, very close together. Down their respective finishing straights they go, and Schoff will cross the line just ahead of Rogers. Pretty strong starts there on both sides of the track. Around the bend and down the opposite straights they go. It looks like Jacobson just ahead of Moore after the first half lap. The bells ring and Moore puts himself out ahead, splitting first, 20.515. The time for Moore with one to go. Half a lap now, and he's still got a bit of a gap to Jacobson. Rounding the bend towards the finish lines they go, and Moore holds out. Sets a provisionally new fastest time, 37.121. Lachlan Stewart and Benjamin Cade on the track there. Both riders getting away without any major complications. Both riders, like we've seen so many riders before, neck and neck after the first half lap. That gap still pretty close. Cade splits first, Stewart splits fifth as he gets the bell. Half a lap to go now for both riders. Quarter of a lap to go now down their respective finishing straights towards the line. Cade posts the new fastest time, 36.536, 37.005 to Lachlan Stewart. Will Amaleus and Hunter Wood to take the track now. Good starts out of the gate there. Down the opposite straights they go, and it is Hunter Wood with the better start by Amaleus, and he is going very quickly down the back straight. The bell rings for Wood. The bell rings now for Amaleus. Wood looking very, very fast as he comes down the front straight. Half a lap to go now, spinning incredibly quickly. The South Australian now down the back straight towards the finish line. 35.264 seconds. If that stands, that will be a new national record. Emily Watch and Victoria Smith on the track now for the first under-17 girls sprint quarterfinal. Smith just ahead of Watch. Watch now moving up the inside. Both riders really hitting the brakes as they enter the bend. Watch still on the inside. Smith now dives down the inside, puts in a move with over 2 laps to go. A very ambitious effort by Victoria Smith. There's a lot to go in this race, and Emily Watch is now starting to close the gap to Victoria Smith. Around the bend and down the front straight we come to collect the bell. Smith still in the lead, but here comes Watch over the top as they head around the bend. Smith continuing to slip back, Watch continuing to come forwards. And she starts to make her way away from Smith. It looks like Emily Watch will take out the first one. The whistle goes, and Ebony Robinson leads Alana Lake to the bottom of the track. Around the bend and down the front straight we go now. 2 laps to go. The 2 riders still going around at a pretty similar pace to the one with which they started. Ebony Robinson just in front, keeping an eye on Alana Lake behind. Lake just moving down a little bit onto the wheel of Robinson as we come down the front straight. The bell rings. Out of the seat goes Robinson. Lake closes that gap pretty quickly and has a go around the outside. Down the back straight they go now. Robinson holding her off pretty well. We come around the bend and now down the front straight towards the line. Robinson will hold on. Sonia Vetish and Scarlett Sybil to take the track now. Sonia Vetish off the line, makes her way down to the bottom of the track. Scarlett Sybil sitting up around the stayers line. The two riders now make their way down the back straight. And Sybil now comes over the top, Vetish following the wheel as the two come around the bend and down the front straight. They get 2 laps to go. Look over the shoulder from Sybil, making sure she's got her eye on Vetish behind. And they start to pick up the pace as they head around the bend. Sybil continuously looking over that shoulder to keep an eye on Vetish. The bell rings. And the gap's now closed, but Vetish only now decides to make a move. Vetish out of the seat, over the top. Sybil trying to hold her high. Vetish continues to come forward zone. It looks like the New South Wales rider will take it out. Hayley Dell and Ella Liang to take the track next. Dell leads Liang off the line and down onto the bottom of the track. Dell keeping an eye over her shoulder on Liang behind her. Liang now starts to move up the track, staying between the stayers line and the fence. She's now dived down and is up the inside of Dell. She's pushing Dell up towards the fence. The two really shouldering each other. Dell not really looking to budge. Liang not looking to continue pushing her high. Dell's now opted to just accelerate away. And Liang has to fight up the inside. Dell now pushing Liang. Liang moves down, defends her position on the inside of the track. And now the bell rings. Ella Liang on the front, Hayley Dell right on her wheels. We head down the back straight. Dell now makes a move. The two side by side going around the bend. Dell continuing to inch forward, Liang trying to fight back, but Hayley Dell will take out the sprint. Tom Choi and Alec Guglielmucci on the track now. Tom Choi on the inside. Very quick off the start line. These riders carrying a lot of speed. Guglielmucci with a gap to Choi, but Choi now starting to close it as they head down the back straight. Guglielmucci is now going to have to do a lot of work to defend his position as they come down the front straight to get the bell. Choi now making his way forwards over the top of Guglielmucci, and both of them sit up by the looks of it. Choi will take out the first sprint. Jonas Shelverton and Oliver Beaton to take the track next. The commentators were saying that Ella was pushing on. I think Ella was being aggressive. It's good to watch though. I like the tactics. Beaton leading at the moment. Shelverton up around the stayers line. Just sitting higher than Beaton. Beaton now moving up. Swings up, swings back down. Shelverton staying towards the fence. And our riders start to pick up a bit of speed as they head down the back straight to more side by side. Shelverton still giving himself quite a height advantage over Beaton. Beaton's going to have to do quite a bit of work if he wants to close the gap. When the acceleration happens, the bell rings, and Shelverton indeed comes over the top of Beaton and opens up a gap down the back straight. That gap is starting to close, but maybe not quickly enough. As Shelverton rounds the bend, he'll come to the finish line first. Up next we have Mitch, Louis and Sam Hilditch. The whistle goes, and Hilditch leads Louis down to the bottom of the track. Hilditch just keeping an eye over his shoulder on Louis as they enter the back straight. Round the bend and down the front straight we go. 2 laps to go. Around the bend and down the front straight they come now. They'll get the bell. And Louis is going to dive down the inside. Opening up a gap to Hilditch. They round the bend. Hilditch with a bit of work to do at the moment as they head down the back straight. Louis still with a good lead. Around the bend and down the front straight towards the line they come. Mitch Louis will hold on. Patrick May and Jack Edwards to take the track now. May in front of Edwards off the line and leading now around the bend. Down the back straight they move up around the stayers line. But as they enter the bank it looks like they're going to just move back down and stay at the bottom of the track. May just keeping an eye on Edwards, making sure that he can react to any move as quickly as possible. Come up towards the fence. May now moves down to the bottom of the track. Edwards on his wheel. Down the back straight, they start to push up again. A swing down by Edwards allows him to jump up the inside. May staying at his hip. Now gives himself a bit of a height advantage. As they come down the front straight, the bell rings. And it's Edwards who leads. May closing the gap as they come down the back straight. Edwards still in front. May with a lot of work to do now with only a little bit of time remaining to do so. And Jack Edwards will hold on, take out the first sprint in the under-17 boys quarterfinal for his heat. Emily Watch and Victoria Smith to take the track again. Watch one up on Smith. Whistle goes, and Smith leads Watch off the line. Two going around the bottom of the track pretty slowly at the moment. Around the bend they come. And down the front straight, a look over the shoulder from Smith. Smith swings up and Watch follows. So they both move back down. Watch now starting to stick to that wheel a little bit less. Allowing a little bit of a gap to open up, and Watch actually moving up the inside now of Victoria Smith as they head down the back straight. Watch maybe looking to push Smith up a little bit. We come down the front straight. Victoria Smith, the first to go down to the bottom of the track, and she takes the sprinter's lane. Emily Watch now with a bit of work to do. Down the back straight they go. Watch starts to make her way forwards. Smith now has to try to hold her off as they round the bend and come down the front straight towards the finish line. Emily Watts will take out the second one and put herself through to the semi-final. Ebony Robinson and Alana Lake now on the track. Robinson one up on Lake. And Lake is going to lead off the line this time. Whistle goes. Down to the bottom of the track go our riders. Fake move by Robinson enabled her to go up the inside as Lake tried to block it. And Robinson now has more control. The riders make their way down the back straight now and start to push up towards the fence. Rounding the bend now. They come down the front straight. The bell rings. One lap to go. Robinson still on the inside of Lake, and now she moves into the sprinter's lane. A good move by Robinson there, and she's put in a bit of a gap to the Victorian. Lake with quite a bit of work to do in not much space if she wants to get herself a win. Ebony Robinson will hold on and put herself through to the semi-final. And we now wait for Sonia Vetish and Scarlett Sybil to make their way up to the line. whistle goes and Sybil leads Vettish off the line. Up to the fence they go as they head down the back straight. They've slowed down a lot. They carried a good bit of speed around the bend. And they slow almost to a standstill. Vettish perhaps trying to force Sybil over the top, but instead she takes the lead. And the two make their way around the bend now. Up towards the fence they go now. Again, slowing down almost to a stop, and Sybil is going to try to make a move out of it. 2 to go. There's a long way to go to make a move. Vettish has a good amount of time to try to close that gap, but Scarlet Sybil has really opened up a good bit of space between herself and Vettish behind, and the amount of distance remaining in this race is starting to close pretty quickly as they get the bell. Down the back straight they go now. Sybil starting to slow down. Over the top goes Vettish. And Sonia Vettish will put herself through to the semi-final. Hayley Dell and Ella Liang to take the track next. The whistle goes. Liang is going to lead Dell off the mark. Dell one up on Liang. And she's going to move up the inside. The two side by side as they exit the back straight and make their way around the bend. Now Liang starts to move more to the hip of Dell. 2 laps to go. Liang now up the inside, trying to push Dell high. And now a bit of a gap opening up. Dell with a small height advantage over Liang at the moment. And the bell rings. Liang goes up to the top to the fence and now swings back down, tries to use the banking to the best of her ability to accelerate as the bell rings. Down the back straight now, the gap starting to close in the favor of Dell. Dell coming over the top, trying to make her way forward. Liang still with the lead, trying to hold on, but Dell will get there. Tom Choi and Alec Guglielmucci now to take the boards. Whistle goes. Guglielmucci leads Choi to the bottom of the track. Two going around pretty slowly at the moment. Guglielmucci opting to maybe keep the race a bit slower than last time. Try a different tactic to the one he tried before. Down the front straight they come now. They're going to get 2 to go. They move up towards the fence. Choi just following the wheel of Guglielmucci. And now the South Australian makes his way to the bottom of the track. He's going to try to go out early again. Rounding the bend and coming down the front straight. Guglielmucci still leads. The bell rings. Choi right on the wheel. And now they head down the back straight. Choi starts to come forwards. Guglielmucci trying to fight him off, but Choi comes over the top. And he'll get there, make his way through to the semi-final. Jonas Shelverton and Oliver Beaton to jump on the track next. Shelverton looks like he's going to be on the inside of Beaton. He's opted to go pretty low on the track. We'll see how this affects their race. Shelverton 1 up on Beaton. Down the back straight, the two become more side by side as Beaton starts to move forwards. Shelverton just pushing Beaton up in the direction of the fence. 2 to go now. Down the back straight we go now. Starting to pick it up more. Round the bend and down the front straight. The two are side by side still. Beaton now starting to come over the top of Shelverton. Shelverton holding him high though. Beaton with a lot more work to do than he anticipated, I think. But Shelverton now starting to slip back. Beaton coming forwards. Shelverton trying to fight back, but the Victorian will get there. And they go 1-1. We'll go to a third round for these two. Mitch Louie and Sam Hilditch, the next riders to take the track. Whistle goes. Louis is going to lead Hilditch around the bottom of the track. Start to make their way down the back straight now. And Hillage moves up a bit towards the fence, but he's going to come back down and close a little gap that opened between himself and Louis in front. Louis still leading comfortably from the sprinter's lane. Hilditch maybe trying to get him to move away from it. Two starting to build up a bit more speed now as Hilditch moves up again. And now it looks like he's going to try to come over the top as they head down the front straight. The bell rings. Hilditch still moving forwards again. Louis now edges forwards and Hilditch takes his wheel around the bend and down the back straight. It looks like Mitch Louis has a lot of speed. Hilditch is trying to come forwards again. Towards the line they go. The two are very close together, but Mitch Louis will hold on. Patrick May and Jack Edwards on the track now. Edwards on the inside, one up on May. The whistle goes. Edwards leads May off the line and down to the bottom of the track. Small gap opening up between the two riders as Edwards leads around. Down the front straight we come now. We have two to go. Down the inside goes May, well blocked by Edwards. And May moves back up, trying to give himself a bit of a height advantage over Edwards, but Edwards now starting to open up the gap as they come down the front straight to get the bell. The gap continues to open. Edwards now with a good lead to May. May starting to close it as they head down the back straight around the bend. Still a bit of work to do for May. Edwards with a good lead, and it looks like Edwards will hold on and put himself through to the semi-final. We'll go now to presentations for the under-15 boys and girls time trial. All right, looks like we're ready to get underway with the presentations for the under 15 girls time trial. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Queensland, Isabella Potts. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing New South Wales, Jenna Gallagher. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion, representing Queensland, Ava Robbins. Okay, we go now to the under 15 boys time trial presentations. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Victoria, Lachlan Stewart. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing South Australia, Benjamin Cade. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion, representing South Australia and your new national record holder, Hunter Wood. All right, that concludes the presentation. And we'll go now to our decider round in the under 17 boys sprint. Oliver Beaton leads Jonas Shelverton to the bottom of the track. The two make their way down the back straight now. And they immediately both make their way up to the fence. Now, towards the sprinters lane goes Beaton. Shelverton opting to stay up around the stayers line at the moment, and Beaton is going to push the both of them up towards the fence. Shelverton just opting to take the wheel there, and now he moves up the inside, maybe looking to push Beaton up towards the fence, put him under a bit of pressure himself. The two make their way down the back straight, gaining a bit of speed now out of the seat. As they round the bend, they try to come down the front straight, and the bell rings. Beaton trying to move down, Shelverton blocking well, and Shelverton will take the lead as they start to make their way down the back straight. Beaton trying to come forwards. He's got a lot of work to do around the bend, down the front straight. Beaton moving forwards towards the line, but Shelverton will hold on. And he'll put himself through to the semi-final. And that will conclude the first half. We'll be back in 45 minutes after a break. So we'll be back at 3:50 with our semi-finals in the under-17 sprints. This mic is, I'll keep this mic on to give the viewers some sort of background noise, so just don't say anything evil. No, I'm okay. All right, welcome back. We're starting with the under-17 boys sprint semi-final. Jack Edwards leads Tom Choi down the back straight. Two laps to go. Edwards still in front of Choi. No real change at the moment. Starting to slowly build up a bit of speed as we head down the back straight. Out of the seat there goes Tom Choi. Now starting to move up around the stayers line. And we come down the front straight to get the bell. Choi with a quick acceleration to close the gap to Edwards in front, now trying to go over the top as they head down the back straight. He's got a lot of power and he's got a lot of speed. Over the top he goes, down the front straight, he sits up before the line. And he'll take out the first round to put himself through, in an attempt to put himself through to the gold final. Mitch Louis at the front there, leading our next pair of riders around at the bottom of the track. The two going pretty slowly at the moment. Tasmanian moves up towards the fence. The Queensland are just at the bottom, keeping an eye on him. Now we start to see the pace slowly increase. Shelverton had a bit of a height advantage there. He's since moved down into the sprinters lane, and the two are starting to wind it up now. Down the front straight, it's Louis still in front, the bell rings. Shelverton right on his wheels. The riders start to make their way around. Down the back straight, Mitch Louis still with the lead. Shelverton trying to make his way forwards. Shelverton still up, but he sits up as they enter the front straight. Mitch Louis will hold on and add a race to his name. The whistle goes, and Hayley Dell leads Emily Watch. two making their way down the back straight now. Dell's still in the lead, looking over her shoulder at Watch. As we come down the front straight, we get two to go. Watch swings up, but quickly moves back down onto the wheel of Dell. Now starting to push up a little bit more again. Dell just staying in her lane, keeping an eye on Watch. They come down the front straight, and now this bell rings. Over the top goes Emily Watch. Hayley Dell trying to hold her off, but Watch starts to pull forwards down the back straight. She continues to pull away from the New South Wales rider, and she'll cross the line ahead. And add a little asterisk to her name, get herself one step closer to the gold medal final. Whistle goes for our next two riders. Both of them representing New South Wales. The two start to make their way down the front straight now to get 2 laps to go. Sonia Vettish just up higher than Ebony Robinson. Down the front straight they go now. The bell rings. Vettish closes the gap to Robinson. Down the back straight they go. Vettish at the hip of Robinson now. Robinson still holding on to her lead, and Vettish starts to slip back. Robinson, it looks like, will hold on and take out the first round. Okay, on the track there we have the under 15 women for the under 15 women's scratch race, points race, sorry. And we roll away for our first neutral lap. The whistle goes. These riders have 30 laps in their race. And Isabella Potts leads at the moment from Queensland. She swings up. Coming through, there's Sienna Monteith. Jenna Gallagher now up the inside. And our first move of the race is going to come from Monteith. Her teammate jumps on the wheel pretty quickly. And our bunch gets strung out. Potts keeps the pace high as Monteith swings up. 28 to go. Moving forwards there, I think that's Chavi Tanksale. Tanksale swings up. And Potts takes the front again down the front straight, 27 to go. Bit of a Queensland train in the lead at the moment. Chloe Buckley now leads as Monteith swings up. Now Ava Robbins as we round the bend and come down the front straight. Look over the shoulder from Jenna Gallagher before she swings up the track. Billy Russell now leading down the back straight. Putting the pressure on as we round the bend, currently looking over the shoulder, is Lavinia Ward. Down the back straight we go now. And it's Madeline Pitt swinging up. Billy Russell takes the front. Russell swings up. Monteith now comes through and takes the lead of this bunch. Now it's Grace Hunter. So far everyone just rolling turns. We're not very strung out though. The bunch pretty big. There are a lot of people who have a good chance at getting involved in the sprint. Isabella Potts up the inside there. She sees a move by one of the New South Wales riders and accelerates to try to keep the bunch with her. Going over the top there's Lucy Allen for New South Wales. And a good reaction from the bunch Alan gets herself to the front. And we round the bend. We start to make our way down the front straight. Alan still in the front. But over the top now comes Lavinia Ward for Victoria. Ward putting in a good gap to the riders behind. Alan still leading the chase. But Ward continuing to open the gap to the peloton behind her. Potts starts to slip back. Robbins tries to move forward. Ward will hold on and take the points for first. Only 2 more lots of points left to get in this race. And the bunches slowed right down, so no one interested in a more long-term move. Alan on the inside there. Ward now over the top of her, controlling the pace again. Now swings up. Oh! And I think that might have been just a touch of wheels on the bank. Everyone looks okay. Around the bend go the peloton now. Lucy Allen from New South Wales leading them. And now through the middle, that looks like Isabella Potts making a move. Down the front straight we come, 16 to go. The bunch is strung out. Sienna Monteith now, she moves up the track. And coming through, another rider from New South Wales. It might be Zoe May. We come now down the front straight, 15 to go. And Ward making a move again, swings up. Over the top goes Bella Potts. Potts was the one to defend against Ward when she made the move last time, and she's come over the top but quickly swung up and is going to let Lavinia Ward take the lead again. Lucy Allen now in front. Alexis Phillips on her wheel. So we come down the front straight, 13 to go. Down the back straight, being led by Alexis Phillips. As Sienna Monteith starts to make her way forwards. And over the top to control the front, 12 to go. Monteith swings up, makes her way onto the wheel of Gallagher, I think. As Ward takes the front again. Ward swings up, wants to keep herself towards the front though. And that is Grace Hunter looking to rejoin just as the peloton get the bell. Isabella Potts over the top, starts to pull away, putting in a move to try to get ahead of the peloton. It's working well so far. Sienna Monteith tries to close that gap and is doing so successfully at the moment, but Potts will hold on. And Isabella Potts will hold out and take the points for first there. Oh, that might have been Chloe Buckley, sorry. April Patty now swinging up. Look over the shoulder from Lavinia Ward as she swings up. Ward has been a pretty dominant rider so far, taking good control of the race as Buckley swings off the front. Zoe May rolls through. Leading down the front straight, it's now Isabella Potts. 7 to go. Ava Robbins now takes the front. And a good move there by one of the Queenslanders. Down the front straight, Isabella Potts now with a very big gap to the riders behind, but 6 laps to go. The peloton has quite a bit of time to close this gap. Potts is going to have to work hard if she wants to keep this for the rest of the race. Queensland train on the front, won't be looking to chase down their teammate. 5 to go. Potts sits up. She's going to wait for the peloton to catch. Chloe Buckley now takes the front for Queensland. Now it's Ava Robbins. Just 4 laps to go. And Buckley leads around the bend and down the back straight. We looked at the scoreboard. Lavinia Ward and Chloe Buckley are tied for first at the moment. Sienna Monteith in second, just 1 point down. And the top 5 are separated by only 3 points, so it's still anyone's race. And down the back straight, Chloe Buckley out of the seat to respond to a move by one of the New South Wales riders. That might be Zoe May trying to come over the top as we come down the front straight to get 2 laps to go. May starting to pull away. Buckley closing that gap slowly. Robbins right on the wheel of Buckley. Monteith was trying to take that wheel and has now slipped down into 5th wheel behind April Patty. As we come down the front straight to get the bell, Ava Robbins tries to come forwards. Chloe Buckley's going to try to have a move as well. And Buckley goes over the top. Buckley now the leader as she heads down the back straight. Into the bend we go, Chloe Buckley. It's her race to win at the moment as they come around the bend and down the front straight towards the line. Chloe Buckley crosses the line and crowns herself national champion. Tom Choi on the start line there for the second round of the under-17 men's sprints. Choi leads Edwards around the track there. Down the back straight they go. The two going pretty slowly at the moment. Edwards just up around the stayers line. Choi opting to stay in the sprinters lane. Around the bank, staying towards the bottom of the track. Choi just keeping a look over his shoulder, keeping an eye on Jack Edwards to make sure that there's nothing Edwards can do to which Choi can't respond. And as we enter the front straight, we see Edwards just try to gain a bit of height, maybe push Choi to move around a bit, open himself up to some sort of error on which Edwards can maybe capitalize. Out of the bend into the back straight now. Choi keeping an eye over his shoulder on Edwards. Edwards just following comfortably. Again, as we enter the straight, he pushes up. Choi really not interested. And now we start to pick up a bit of pace. Choi accelerating on the front. Edwards quick to try to follow the wheel as the bell rings. It's Choi still in the lead. Now Edwards trying to follow as we head down the back straight. Edwards is going to try to kick over down the back straight into the bend. Edwards couldn't get there, so he's going to try again as we approach the finish line. But Choi will hold on and put himself through to the gold medal final. Jonas Shelverton and Mitch Louis on the track now. Shelverton on the inside of Louis there. Down the back straight, these two are a bit faster than our previous pair. Shelverton still on the front, Louis was moving up a bit to the hip, but has since taken the wheel again. He's now letting a bit of a gap open up, maybe looking to have a go down the inside, take control from the front. 2 to go. Louis just putting Shelverton under pressure. Shelverton having to accelerate to keep Louis where he wants him. And now starting to push Louis up towards the fence as they round the bend and come down the front straight. Louis dives up the inside. He takes the sprinter's lane. Shelverton sits up very quickly, and Mitch Louis will put himself through to the gold medal final. Emily Watch and Hayley Dell the next to take the track. Watch leads. Dell just with a little bit of a gap to Watch behind. As we enter the back straight, Dell starts to move herself up towards the fence. And now stays around the stayers line. Up the inside she goes, maybe looking to take control at the front. In fact, she's decided to put in a move. 2 laps is a long way to go. Everyone who's tried it so far has failed. Dell looking to maybe change that as Watch makes her way onto the wheel. And now down the front straight, Watch comes over the top. And Watch also sits up, Dell also sits up with 200 to go. Emily Watch makes her way through to the gold medal final. Ebony Robinson and Sonia Vettish on the track now. Vettish leads. starting to pick it up a bit after having slowed down on the straight. Vettish still on the front, and a swing down by Robinson puts her on the inside. Robinson now looking across at Vettish. Vettish up high on the fence, looking to use as much of the banking as she can to her advantage. Robinson, a good defensive position. She makes her way to the bottom of the track first. And she's got a very good gap on Vettish behind as the bell rings. Vettish had the height advantage, but that gap is not closing quickly enough. And Ebony Robinson will come down the front straight and put herself through to the gold medal final. We go now to the under 15 boys points race. First. Sorry, we're actually going to go to presentations first for the under 15 girls points race. So you just see the Lavinia Ward making her way over to the podium area. So we're now underway. Well, we're now ready to get underway with our presentations. We're just waiting for Louise before we can get our prezos started. So we'll be ready in about a minute. All right, looks like we're ready to get underway with the presentations for the under 15 girls points race. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Victoria, Lavinia Ward. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Queensland, Ava Robbins. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion, representing Queensland, Chloe Buckley. Okay, those are the under 15 boys making their way around the track now for their points race. Just jump the track. I got, so I did that once, like 3 years ago. I got threatened with a lifetime ban from the facility for doing that.
Yeah, but there's no way, well then you don't have any presentations. You won't make it. Like that one.
Yeah, yeah.
So they need to give us a slot time.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just ask
Or just leave the door.
Yeah, because no
Don't
one
be
else
so
is used to it.
successful.
Yeah.
And then they have to pay $20 a head to get into the stands. That's quick start off the line for the neutral lap. The whistle goes. Will Emilius flicks his elbow, moves up to the top of the track. Oliver Jordan comes through to replace him, and up the inside is one of the riders from South Australia. Could be Chase Haynes. Flick of the elbow for Haynes, and he swings up. And through up the inside goes Oscar Schoff. Schoff now moves up the track. Jordan. Taylor. Eli Taylor swings up, and one of the riders from Western Australia comes through behind him. Moving up there. It's actually Luke Rogers from the ACT. And meanwhile, one of the South Australians has really put the pressure on at the front before swinging up. That's Harrison Lace. Will Emilius now moving to the back as Oscar Schoff comes through up the inside. Schoff stretching out the group now. He looks over his shoulder as we get 26 to go. Ben Cade from South Australia now moves up. He pulls one of the riders behind him with him. That's Lachlan Stewart from Victoria. Mitch Stretton now. Stretton swings up. And Oscar Schoff on the front again. Again, putting in a bit of a surge to stretch this group out. We come down the front straight to get 24 to go. So both the under 15 boys and the under 15 girls have only 30 laps for their points race, so it's going to be very short, very quick. We make our way towards the start-finish line to get 23 to go. Look over the shoulder before Ollie Taylor swings up, and there's another move by Schoff. Again, not much of an attack, just a move to put pressure on the riders behind. And it's really working. You can see some of those riders at the rear having to fight hard to keep themselves in the race. 22 to go. Schoff still pushing hard on the front. Now got a train starting to make its way forwards up the outside. The bell rings. 21 to go. There's a good bit of speed. Schoff starts to slip back. One of the riders from Victoria starts to come forwards. I think that's Lachlan Stewart. Stewart with a look over his shoulder as he comes down the front straight towards the line. Stewart will get the points for first, followed by Stretton, followed possibly by Moore. Very close for third. We'll wait to see what the official result was. And the group slows down, so no one looking to commit to a breakaway or take a lap. 19 to go. Oscar Schoff swings up off the front. Philip Nessler now moves up. Flick of the elbow from Mitch Stretton. Pulls a few Victorians high, and up the inside goes a rider from Queensland. That's Oliver Jordan. 17 to go for Jordan and the rest of the peloton. And he swings up. He's got a bit of a gap between himself and the peloton behind. We'll see whether this gap is going to stick as Campbell McDowell for Western Australia rolls through. Jordan on the front again. 16 to go. Jordan swings up. Stretton on the front. Oh, close call there, as one of the South Australians swings up into an overtaking Victorian, and another Victorian has a go. So Lachlan Ermert and Riley Boyd are now both off the front. Boyd swinging up, Ermert coming through. Oscar Schoff for Queensland shuts it down. And meanwhile, there's a gap opening up a few riders back. Chase Haynes there, letting the gap open. He's now closed it back down as Mitch Stretton takes the front. Schoff over the top, down the front straight. He leads out of the seat to maybe respond to a move being made. Benjamin Cade there, now moving closer to the middle of the bunch. We're about 4 or 5 riders high. Over the top of everyone goes a rider from South Australia. Liam Underwood making that move. Underwood now pulling away. And Philip Nessler looking to close it down. Nessler on the wheel of Underwood, and it looks like he might try to go over the top actually. As we come down the front straight to collect the bell, there's a good gap between our 2 leaders and the riders behind. Nessler starting to lose that lead though, as one of the Victorians, Lachlan Stewart, closes the gap to him. It's now Stewart coming over the top, and he leads down the front straight. Stewart will take the points for first, followed by Nessler, followed then by Amaleus. Josh Franks got the point for 4th there as well. And we've calmed back down again. A look over the shoulder from Oscar Schoff before he swings up and lets Luke Rogers come through to replace him. Eight to go, and Schoff on the front, pushing hard again, stretching this group out. He's ridden very, very dominantly so far in the race, especially so for someone who is not leading in the points, and in fact doesn't have any points. Down the front straight now, look over the shoulder from one of the riders from the ACT. That's Luke Rogers, 6 to go. Rogers swings up. We now come down the back straight. Everyone out of the seat scrambling to follow a move that was being made over the top by a West Australian, but has since been shut down. Look over the shoulder from Chase Haynes. Haynes trying to close down a move by Oscar Schoff, but he's now let a bit of a gap open up. He's still holding on to third wheel. We now round the bend and come down the front straight, and Haynes takes the front. Over the top goes Stewart. Stewart looking around, trying to see who's going to go with him. A lot of incohesion in this bunch at the moment. A lot of tension as riders try to get themselves into a better position. Just 3 laps remaining in this race. Down the back straight now, that looks like maybe Philip Nessler in the lead, just ahead of the other riders at the front as we come down the front straight. And there's a move by one of the Victorians. I think that might be Lachlan Ermert as we come down the back straight now. Nessler fights back and Ermert has to settle for his wheel. Rounding the bend down the front straight towards the line to get the bell. Nestler still in the lead, looking to improve his position, get himself up into silver medal solo. Stewart, though, he's already won the race, but he wants to have another go at getting the points for first. Down the front straight he comes, very close on the line for first, but regardless, Lachlan Stewart has got himself the green and gold jersey in the under 15 boys points race. Victoria. We now have our first round of the bronze medal final for the under 17 boys sprints. Both riders not going very quickly. They're not going very slowly either, though, as we make our way down the front straight. The two side by side now. Edwards just pushing his opponent up towards the fence. As we round the bend, we make our way down the back straight now. And Edwards just keeping an eye on Shelverton. Shelverton now out of the seat first. And he tries to come down the front straight. Edwards keeps him high, though. He takes the sprinter's lane, so Shelverton has a bit more work to do than he may have liked. Down the back straight, another kick from Jack Edwards, and the Victorian rounds the corner and will come down the front straight ahead, cross the line ahead, and get himself one step closer to getting himself a bronze medal. Tom Choi and Mitchell Louis now to take the track. Both riders representing Queensland. Both riders going for the gold medal in this next race. The result for that previous sprint, just like to remind you, it is unofficial. Commissaires are just checking over something before it becomes an official result. Sorry? Probably something to do with the sprinter's lane. Which one? Oh, Edwards. So the commissaires would like to announce a relegation for not having held their line during the last 200 metres of the race to Jack Edwards. They'll just go to the next round, and the Tasmanian shelved him would be one up. Not that he's not allowed to, not that he's been relegated to fourth for the whole thing. The whistle goes, and Choi will lead Louis down to the bottom of the track. Down the back straight, the two almost side by side. Choi still in front, Louis up at the hip of him. Two to go, and Louis now in front of Choi, starting to up the pace a bit. Tom Choi just out of the seat again, looking to close that gap as they start to continue to wind it up. Louis still in front. They now get the bell. Mitch Louis still leading. Tom Choi quickly closing it down. Those they come down the back straight. Tom Choi over the top. And Choi rounds the bend, comes down the front straight, and will cross the line ahead. Up next, we have the under-17 girls. Bronze final for the sprint. Hayley Dell just ahead of Sonia Vetish. Two riders making their way around the bend now. A bit of a gap opening up. Vetish now opts to take the inside and moves down to the bottom of the track. 2 to go. Round the bend and down the back straight now. Vetish just off the back again of Dell. Dell looking pretty comfortable being in front. As we come down the front straight, the bell rings. And that gap opens up a bit actually as they round the bend. Vetish, who had a height advantage, is now starting to close it. And around the bend they go, continues to close. Vetish with a good bit of speed coming down the front straight. Dell has to fight her off. Very close on the line. Wait to see what the commissaires officially say, but it is Sonia Vetish who got there and will get herself another step closer to a national medal in the sprint. Ebony Robinson leads Emily Watch off the line and now around the bend. Watch just following the wheel comfortably. Two to go. No real change as of yet. Watch still sitting comfortably on the wheel of Robinson. Robinson just controlling from the front, keeping an eye on Watch behind her. And now the two start to make their way down the front straight. The bell rings. Down the back straight now, Watch tries to make her way forwards, but she can't come over the top of Robinson. Robinson holding her off and now actually starting to pull away. Down the front straight we go. Ebony Robinson led from the front and rode Watch off her wheel to get herself the first win. No, we should have the TP first.
Should be presentations.
Oh, you're right. You're so right.
Yeah, go down.
So we're ready to go. We'll go next into the presentations for the under 15 boys points race. before we get into the next round of the under-17 sprints. In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Tasmania, Mitchell Stretton. In second place and winner of the silver medal representing Western Australia, Philip Nessler. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion representing Victoria, Lachlan Stewart. And up next we have the second round of the sprint finals for the under 17 boys and girls. Jonas Shelverton and Jack Edwards on the track now. Shelverton one up on Edwards. Whistle goes and Shelverton leads Edwards off the line to the bottom of the track. Down the back straight they go now, and the two move up, stay around the middle of the track. Now they roll off, they gain a bit of speed as they enter the bank. Another little surge from Shelverton. Edwards swinging around up the inside. He goes, he's going to put Shelverton under a good bit of pressure. The two riders start to head down the back straight now. Out of the seat again goes Shelverton. He'll try to use the height advantage that he has as well as possible. The bell rings and Edwards is going to lead Shelverton to the bottom of the track. Shelverton right on his wheel, but Edwards holding him off very well as the two round the bend. They come down the front straight and Shelverton sits up, which means our two riders go 1-all. They'll go to a third round. Tom Choi and Mitch Louie now on the track. The whistle goes. And Louis leads Choi off the line down to the bottom of the track. Down the back straight we go now. Look over the shoulder from Louis, just keeping an eye on Choi behind, making sure that he can react to anything as well as possible. Just 2 laps to go, no change in position from the riders, but as I say that, the two do start to build up a bit of speed. The gap starts to close between the two, and Choi, you can see, is starting to swerve around a bit more, make himself less predictable. Mitch Louie now opens up in the seat down the front straight, putting in a good acceleration. Choi out of the seat though, quick to shut it down as the bell rings. The two make their way around the bend, down the back straight. Over the top goes Choi, and Louie sits up, and Tom Choi crowns himself national champion. Absolutely outstanding effort by Tom Choi there, almost effortlessly. Ever the showman, big wave to the crowd as well. Sonia Vettish and Hayley Dell, the next riders to take the track. The whistle goes for Vettish and Dell. Vettish one up on Dell as the pair round the bend and make their way down the back straight. Up to the fence now. Quite a gap now opened up, over 10 metres between the two. Vettish up towards the fence. She's going to let Dell close that gap and come through up the inside and take the lead. Vettish won from this position last round. Down the back straight now, you can see our riders starting to build up a bit of speed. Down the front straight we go now, and Vettish is going to be the one to open up first. Down the inside she goes. Dell is going to try to cover it off, but Vettish moves up the inside and Dell has to go behind her. She's going to have a lot of work to do if she wants to even out the score. Around the bend, down the front straight we go, and Vettish leads towards the line. And Sonia Vettish will get herself a bronze medal. We now go to the under 17 girls sprint gold medal final. Ebony Robinson one up on Emily Watch. The whistle goes. Watch leads Robinson down to the bottom of the track. Watch might have to try to lead from the front here and defend from the front against Robinson, because we saw in the last round Robinson just hold on to the lead and hold on to it so strongly that Watch wasn't able to come over the top at any point. Robinson moving up and swinging back down, just giving herself a bit of a height advantage. A fake swing down, a fake swing up by Robinson. The two come close in the middle. And down the front straight now, Robinson over the top of Watch. Watch tries to defend, but Robinson just starts to pull away. That gap as they go down the back straight continues to open. And Ebony Robinson will get herself a gold medal and crown herself national champion. Emily Watch will get herself a silver medal.
And crown herself now.
We now go to the under 17 boys team pursuit finals. Pretty good starts on either side there for the bronze medal final in the under-17 boys team pursuits. New South Wales looking pretty comfortable, just ahead of Victoria by about 0.3 of a second. Down the front straight come the New South Wales riders now. Cannon on the front for New South Wales. Now going down the back straight, splitting first by almost half a second now. Hindle swings off for Victoria and makes his way onto the back as Galtman leads for New South Wales. Down the back straight we go. And the gap opens up to almost 0.75 of a second for New South Wales. Victoria fighting to try to close it, but New South Wales just looking more cohesive, looking more comfortable with the pace that they have set themselves. 1.248 seconds, the gap now, as the riders get 8 to go. Seven to go now for both teams. On the front for Victoria, it's Oli Jirovic. He makes his way onto the rear now. Swinging up for New South Wales, it's Jeremy Cannon and Liam Galtman coming through to replace him. 6 to go, so we're halfway through this race. And New South Wales still looking very strong. The gap almost 2 seconds now. Down the front straight come New South Wales. On the front, it's Cooper Finkbeiner. Now coming down the front straight, we have New South Wales again. Finkbeiner's made his way onto the back. And it's Tobin Smith who leads for New South Wales. Smith being urged faster by his scheduler as he swings up, makes his way onto the back, and coming through is Jeremy Cannon again. They're going to come around for just 2 laps to go as we see another change of the lead for Victoria coming down the front straight. Victorians trying to fight back. Luca Lancaster leading for Victoria down the back straight as they get 1.5 to go. New South Wales with only 3 riders left get 1 to go, really being urged faster by their scheduler, as are Victoria though. Lancaster still leading, he swings up and Beaton will come through to replace him. Half a lap to go for Victoria, 1/4 of a lap to go for New South Wales, and it's New South Wales that'll get themselves a bronze medal. Queensland's going for time. After the first half lap, it's the Western Australians who get away faster than the Queenslanders. Alex Hughes leading the Queensland train down the front straight, splitting them 0.328 seconds down after lap 1. Down the front straight come the Western Australians now. And they're looking pretty strong. Toby Gallagher leading for WA. He now swings up and he's done. 3 riders left for WA. 4 riders for Queensland. As Lachlan Walters swings up, makes his way onto the back. Toby Jones leads for Queensland now. And Queensland have put themselves in front by over half a second. Jones leading for Queensland. Washington leading for Western Australia. Washington, we saw earlier today, was a very, very dominant rider in his team. Down the front straight now come Queensland. 7 to go. 1.039 the gap between Queensland and Western Australia as they get 7 to go. It's Porter White in front for Queensland at the moment. White swings up, Hughes comes through, and he's going to lead them down the back straight. Down the front straight come Western Australia behind Donovan Inch. Inch swings up, makes his way onto the back. Alex Hughes leads for Queensland. 1.65 seconds the gap for the Queenslanders. They now make their way down the back straight. Around the bend they go. To 13.54, almost 2 seconds up. They make their way around the bend, down the front straight. And they are going to get 3 laps to go. Toby Jones in front. Looking very quick as they make their way down the back straight. Western Australia come down the front straight now. It's Washington in front for WA. It's Jones in front for Queensland. He's pulling a very big turn here. And he swings up. He will get back onto the wheel of Lachlan Walters. So Porter White leads for Queensland as they get 1.5 laps to go. Down the front straight now towards the line. The bell rings. They have 1 lap left. And they have 14 seconds to complete this last lap. Half a lap to go now. White still in front as the riders make their way around the bend towards the line. They go 3 abreast. And they cross the line, 3:18.337. The time for the Queensland riders. Very good effort, almost 3 seconds faster than the Western Australians. And these are our national champions. Big round of applause. We now go to the final decider in the under-17 men's bronze medal sprint final. Shelverton on the inside of Edwards. Shelverton leads on the front. To round the bend now. Two to go. Edwards swinging up there, now moving back down. Shelverton just following in front, trying to block as the riders make their way around the track there. Just at the bottom on the duckboard. Now they start to pick up a bit of speed as they head down the back straight. Edwards moving up high towards the fence. And now up the inside of Shelverton. The two side by side, they round the bend and come down the front straight. They're really picking it up as the bell rings. The two shouldering. Edwards still now out in front, now goes into the sprinters lane. And as they round the bend, they'll come down the front straight. Shelverton sits up early, raises a hand in protest. But the comma says, we'll give it to Edwards. I've just been told that was congratulatory. Very good effort to Shelverton. And we'll go next to presentations for the under-17 boys team pursuit. And I've been told that the Queensland record has been broken by the under-17 boys. previous record 3:21. So broken by 3 seconds. And we can go now to the presentations for the under-17 men team pursuit. In third place and winners of the bronze medal, representing New South Wales, Tobin Smith, Patrick Main, Jeremy Connon, Cooper Finkbeiner and Liam Galtman. In second place and winners of the silver medal, representing Western Australia, Toby Gallagher, Donovan Inch, Patrick Skipkowski and Sam Washington. And in first place, winners of the gold medal and your national champions representing Queensland, Alex Hughes, Toby Jones, Ethan Lang, Lachlan Walters and Porter White. We go now to the presentations for the under-17 girls sprint. In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing New South Wales, Sonia Vettish. In second place and winner of the silver medal representing the ACT, Emily Watch. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion representing New South Wales, Ebony Robinson. We can go now to the under 17 boys sprint presentations. In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Victoria, Jack Edwards. In second place and winner of the silver medal representing Queensland, Mitch Louis. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your national champion representing Queensland, Tom Choi. Okay, our last event for the evening is the under 17 girls team pursuit. Good starts out of the gate there on both sides. Down the opposite straights they go, and it's the ACT that get away faster. Natasha Sitsky out in front for the ACT riders. Down the front straight, it's Sonia Vetish leading for them. Fresh off the podium, winning a bronze in the sprints. Now into the bronze medal final for the TP. Vetish sitting pretty comfortably on the back, half-wheeling her teammate. And it's the ACT still head and shoulders in front of New South Wales at the moment as they make their way down the back straight. New South Wales come down the front straight about 1.5 seconds down on their counterparts. And the ACT riders looking pretty comfortable. Georgia Gardner on the front for them. Vetish on the front for New South Wales. Dubier swings up, makes her way onto the back of the New South Wales riders. Meanwhile, Gardner has let a gap open up between herself and Sarah Burger in front. Since closed it. 1.761 seconds, the gap between the ACT and New South Wales. As they get 7 to go, the ACT now are going to make their way around and down the back straight as Chloe Pracht taps out. So we've only got 3 riders left for the ACT. All 4 remaining for New South Wales at the moment, as Anna Dubier takes the front. Head tucked into her hands, just trying to make herself as small as possible. Meanwhile, a gap opens up in the middle of the New South Wales team. Hayley Dell just letting a small gap open up between herself and the rider in front of her. Down the back straight go our ACT riders. Down the front straight now, almost 2.5 seconds down go New South Wales. Georgia Gardner leading for the ACT. Down the front straight now to get 3 to go. Come New South Wales, being led by Elsie Apps. Down the back straight, 2 to go. 2 to go now for New South Wales, and again the gap is opening up. Hayley Dell just can't hold on. Meanwhile, Sonia Vetish can't hold on either to Anna Dubier. Dubier putting in very big moves, and she's really torn her team apart. The bell rings. 1 to go for New South Wales. Half a lap to go now for the ACT as the ACT come through. Sitsky leads towards the finish line, and they get themselves a bronze medal. We go now to our gold medal final. On the front straight, we have Queensland. On the back straight, South Australia. Yoshi's, it takes the elites so long to get to the presentation area. Yeah. Yeah. Good start out of the gate there for both teams. Down the opposite straights they go. And it's South Australia that get away faster after the first half lap. After the first lap, it is South Australia out ahead. We don't see the split for Queensland though. Down the back straight now. Both teams pretty close together at the moment. As down the front straight leads Megan Moore for Queensland. About a 1/10 of a second between the two. Down the front straight now come South Australia, being led by Ava Schmidtke. Schmidtke now swings up, makes her way onto the back. Eden Sealy-Cunnington leads for Queensland. And they've slipped down behind the South Australians. South Australians just ahead of the Queenslanders as they make their way around and down the opposite straights. Amelie Sanders leads Queensland up back into the top spot and really puts in quite a gap to the South Australians. A look over the shoulder for Paige Squire before she swings up. Squire's out, so just 3 riders left for South Australia as Queensland make their way down the back straight. They were 2.5 seconds up after being down by about a 1/10 2 laps ago. Down the front straight we go now. And it's Niamh Parslow on the front. Parslow leading down the back straight now. Down the front straight come the South Australians, being led by Ava Schmidtke. Megan Moore on the front for Queensland. Down the front straight come the South Australians now as well. Around the bend, down the front straight come the Queenslanders. 3 laps to go for the girls in maroon. 3 laps to go for the girls in red now. Just over 3 seconds down. South Australians just trying to hold on to their rhythm as Madeline Wasserbeck makes her way onto the back of the group after swinging up. They're really being urged faster by their scheduler. Down the back straight now go the Queenslanders. Down the front straight come the South Australians. Around the bend and down the front straight, the bell is going to ring for the maroon team. Amelie Sanders leads them. The bell now rings for South Australia. Half a lap to go. Sanders leads around the bend, out of the bank, into the finishing straight and towards the line. And they set a new state record. 3:39.220, unofficial of course, but pending confirmation from the commissaires, that will be the new fastest Queensland time. And we'll now go to the presentations for that event when we can. So if we can get all those riders on the track just to go off the track and straight to the presentation area, that would be fantastic. Thank you very much. Oh, really? Yeah, there you go. What's the name of that one? Should have given him the radio. No, I'm alright, thank you. Thanks for that. Looks like we're just about ready to do the presentations. In third place and winners of the bronze medal, representing the ACT, Sarah Burger, Georgia Gardner, Chloe Pracht, and Natasha Sitsky. In second place and winners of the silver medal, representing South Australia, Ava Schmidtke, Paige Squire, Liani Thunderberg and Madeline Wasserbech. And in first place, winners of the gold medal and your national champions, representing Queensland, Megan Moore, Neve Parslow, Amelie Sanders and Eden Sealy-Cunnington. Okay, that concludes the podium presentations and it also concludes the first day. So thank you all very much for coming. Big thanks to our commissaires and our volunteers who made this all possible. And we'll see you all bright and early tomorrow for warm-up at 10 a.m. and racing at 11. Thank you to all of you as well for tuning into the live stream. And we'll see you all tomorrow as well. Thank you very much.